Welcome everyone to today's live stream, back for yet another round with Solarpunk. Bunch more relaxing, building, and probably gonna do try to start work on a bigger build today. Timmy is sitting in his spot because he's waiting on his treat, aren't you? Yeah, treat. There you go. And let's see. Oh yeah, Scrap Mechanic mentioned that was coming out, I think last week. Now it is out 1.0. Drilling Thunder. So yeah, you want to check out. Let me know what you think. I just, from what I remember of Scrap Mechanic, I haven't got any reason to jump back into it from before, unless they did some major overhaul on some stuff. And I don't think they did. Not from what they posted about it. But yeah, that's finally 1.0, and funny enough, it came out before Power World, but it came out it started early access before Power World, but Power World came out into 1.0 before Scrap Mechanic. So yeah, Power World just did that as well, 1.0. And then we've got, let's see, when did it say it's coming up? We got the new Final Echoes content coming for Forever Skies. Let me see, did it drop or is it about to drop? I think it's getting ready to drop. I can't remember for sure what the date is, but yeah, we got the custom difficulty mode being coming, and then the July 27th. Okay, so in 2 days is when the Final Echoes content releases for Forever Skies. It's gonna have a whole bunch of new stuff in it if you are inclined to check that out. Timmy, not gonna eat your snack? Okay, let him sit there. Let's go ahead and get Solarpunk pulled up and ready. Get my world loaded up here. Funny enough, I'm now at 48 hours in this world. So there are full release games that I've played quite a bit that I've got less time in now than Solarpunk. But yeah, let's go ahead and dive in. And there it goes. So, let's see. What is it? Last time, I got started since then. So I've got, as you can see, we'll go down here, a second floor going on my beehive setup. I haven't extended to a third floor yet because I'm not sure if I need it. And I decided to try to use these lamps a little bit more again, but basically, yeah, these work perfectly fine. Being covered up, not a problem. Don't have to have them anywhere, and it just makes it easy to line them up on a flat surface. It is clipping into the cliff edge, but now that I'm getting up higher, it's got that. So I just figure, same thing, just do a set of stairs going up and around. And if I feel like it, I'll just keep building higher, make it taller. You know, not like I need that much honey, really. But now, one thing I kind of want to do, I've been thinking about this for a while, because as I am working in the beehive area, you kind of see that island is just kind of sitting out in the distance. And then I can always see that one over there. That's my copper location. That's the sand location. Sand also was going to be a big tree farm, which I kind of do have somewhat going, but it's got a big lake there. I kind of feel like I want to do a little outpost over there. And that might be what we do today. Something that not necessarily needed, but make a, you know, visual outpost, something that can be seen from a distance. And that might be part of the project. I think I still have some left after last week, but I did get the rest of my power redone over here, except for I still haven't hooked up the connections. I'm waiting for the update that's coming to maybe they fit something where you can snap things together. And I decided to take things out from this middle, so there's 4 per side, I literally just need 6 more of the wooden windmills to fill that out, and then I may throw a couple more of these sky turbines up there. But right now I'm producing more than enough power for everything anyway, so not such a big deal on that. Notice I need to eat some food. I've got so much stuff being produced. I'm doing really well on supplies for everything. I've got a lot of production going, and you know, thinking about that, go ahead and do this. So I have some supplies there. I actually think I am to that point of almost being out of room for some stuff. So you get that, and you know, we'll just take those. And yeah, so either I want to do a whole new island build, start working with that today, or I want to do some more work with cosmetics here. And I'm kind of thinking now cosmetics because I got plenty of leaves for making bushes. Probably need to redo my power thing over there. Actually, I'll start with that. Yeah, because that bunch of leaves, and it's not like you need a lot of leaves very often. So I think how I want to do this. If I could change the terrain, like create my own little dirt path, that would be nice. I don't know if we're going to ever get that function in the game, but it would be nice to be able to say, hey, I want to change my dirt path, create my own little path going the way I want, and then, you know, turn some of this into grass. Obviously, dirt path, you know, follow the path up. It works as long as you are using that pathing. If you want to do differently, it doesn't work as well. Definitely want to redo this, and I need to get the power fixed right here. Should not be full yet. All right. Let's see. First things first. Let's redo some power infrastructure. To clean this up, I guess. Make it look a little bit nicer as far as my actual power configuration. Most stuff works, but I would like to be able to make a better power pole kind of look. Unfortunately, right now you can't put the connectors upside down. That's the big thing for me. If I could put them upside down, hey, I would be in business. You can't do these connectors upside down at the moment. Does not work. Has to be on top, and that's kind of a sticking point. So let's see, we're gonna have this go down like that. That should be fine. That comes to there, that goes there. All right, so think about how I want to path this. Obviously, we'll have kind of a walking path going this way. I guess, you know, bushes and such might work quite nicely for outlines to a degree. Or, well, bush and fencing. Yeah, I could do the fencing like that. Yes. Funny that that does not actually snap to the end, but it does give us a little bit more of a flexibility. Of course, the whole making sure you turn it the way you want. Start turning it like this. You know what? Like this. Honestly, this is almost a little bit harder to do it, but it will work. I'm aiming for right about there. That should be good. Now it's, can't get too much on top of the post because then it collides with me. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. This is Solarpunk. Should say in the description and the game title. It's a, no enemies, no real threats, just food, water, and don't fall to your death kind of game. Now you curved a little too much on that. I guess it won't hurt if I have it be like, not as rotated. It's just greater here. Yeah, about like that, coming kind of to the path I can't change. Right there. I don't play Minecraft anymore. I played it before it ever became really that popular. Like, nobody was streaming it. Played it very early before there was ever survival. And then I played it version 12 or something, I think was the last time. And I just don't really care to play it anymore. It's not... there's other games that I find much better. Now, Minecraft is a very freeing game. You got a lot of options, a lot of things you can do freely, and there's a lot of course, mods for it. But for most part, I find other games like this a little bit more enjoyable than Minecraft. All those. Yeah, I got the gun off to finish this. Kind of. Yeah, do it like this. Do it. Okay, yeah, right about there. I'm gonna leave it open, not a gate. Well, even though that's the dirt pathy looking part, I'll just do it about here. Leave a nice opening for me to go to my beehives. Going kind of a little bit too far over. Yeah, I can actually like curved it in a little too much. Okay, yeah, that's going pretty good right there. That. Yeah, let's get it close enough right there. I'm not worried about making it a super nice path for this. First thing, we might get some better options with the next update, or at least a future update, but give it kind of a feel of there's a little bit of a pathway. Just do this. Why is it a mirror object? It should not. What? But it's the terrain causing it to angle. Oh, set of wood again. Not too bad. May actually take another section out and just kind of build it across that way and that way. Or maybe take that side out. Just to match the wider path. I eat my fancy fruit medley. I'm not gonna worry about the furnaces at the moment because I want to get this path kind of done. And at the least, even if I take this out, I've got some kind of flow that I can use for saying, hey, this is where I need to put my power poles. Really, the only thing I'm kind of concerned about with this is actually getting it lined up where it looks good for power poles to be placed. Come on. Okay, for that. There we go. That'll work. And so, yeah. Power. Like now, just to make it feel less weird that it's open right there. Like that. This. Yeah, okay. So that is where it's coming in. I feel like I want to kind of line it up better. So, right here. Drop the height as low as you can. I think do better on this side. So get it right as low as you can. Then hole. And with that done, now jump and place it. There we go. Oh, don't it did disconnected. What? That's something else I hope they fix. If you target the wrong thing, it just immediately goes to takes your cable away. I know it will reach. Oh, come on. Alright, then we'll do this the unnecessarily difficult way. How am I not close enough to take a cable? Yeah, that was definitely close enough. I should have been able to take the cable. There. Alright. These out of the way. So that is done. So from that, well, you know what? We just we have a torch option. Would be nice. Have a torch. So wish you could place that on the fence. Seems like that would be something that would go on the fence. I know I can place these on the fence. I just kind of like the idea of having them up a little bit higher. Okay, so it can at least go to about here. So try and minimize the gap is you just gotta lower as close as you can to the ground with the foundation. The only reason I'm doing that is to kind of cut down the gap between that and the ground. And of course, it reached while I was trying to place it on the ground, and then I somehow stepped just far enough it disconnected. So there goes that. And this side, we'll do one here. Two. Come on. Well, yeah, to me, things get in the way on this with building. But you can also, at the same time, intersect things that you probably shouldn't be able to intersect, but definitely more interference than some other games. Oh, there. Okay, that. Feed that. That will feed to right up here. Bye. There we go. Okay, that takes care of that. Means this can now. Well, I take this out. That breaks all of that, which is fine for the moment. And it doesn't reach. Okay. So just want to break out here. Weird how it collides with another object and then I build right where it's basically colliding again. No. Why you should be able to build these inverted. Okay, that takes that out. Takes that out. Now a nice hole goes there, goes to there. That, yeah, getting a nice kind of flow going here. I'm thinking, let's see, that one to about there. Yeah, that should be sufficient. Okay. So this connect to, well, everything is targeting on some stuff is still quite problematic. Okay, got that. I'm not worried about those. I'll get those in a second. That's gone. I probably should have waited on that so I can remember exactly where that was connecting. I want to say it was just connecting to there. Actually, can that reach over here? No, it cannot. And now that is that close. Okay, well then, there we go. That's just out of range for that. No. Maybe they'll change that to where it defaults to no connection There goes that. It goes. And the targeting. Bit of a pain. Okay, that is now connected, which should connect everything back there. Now I'm just missing this. It's not really a big deal anyway, but okay, that's there. So I think I'm gonna need to do a hole here. Okay, that apparently I did something you didn't like. Kind of hung up for a second, and we'll do stop. Alright, get back. There we go. Oh! Okay, yes. What? There's no way. Let's see. That should be reachable. And now I can't demolish again. That's twice now it's done that where it would not let me demolish. I don't remember seeing an update for it, but it's starting to feel like we got an update. Nope. Nope. There we go. Finally. Okay, now that to. What am I doing? What? Better option. Instead of doing that, could just do it like that. Yeah. Take that out. It kind of works still, so, you know. And then with this, let's see. Have to go up. Aww. There we go. Okay. Nope. Cannot reach. Okay, so sure it can reach from there to there. And I can do it like that. And there we go. Okay. Not the way I was wanting to do it, but it works well enough. Need to do a roof for that. Okay, there goes these, which I think I'm going to cut down to just one. And still need to do something here. So it's not exactly aligned. I'll just do it from here. And of course now I can't build the way I would have because the pole is in the way. Alright. That's just going to remain open for the moment. So come over here. And I gotta do something for power here. Now it would make sense to feed from that direction around the edge of the water. Or something from, I guess I could do it from here along this side. So it's not right up along the very edge. That's good. I need to collect some items. Come on. Yeah. Alright, so I'll just do a pathway from here. Or a power connection line from here. Not as low as I wanted. Oh. And it disconnects, okay. Yeah, I feel, personally, I would like the option to just turn off the auto connect on the power cables. That's just not helpful. In most cases. Some cases, it's good to have it automatically connect, but most of the time, I find myself having to stop it. You know what, we'll do it for, like, right about here. And again, does. And suddenly I place one I didn't mean to place because it just kind of lagged up when I connected those. Okay. Yep. Somewhere about there. Should be more versatile on how we can place these. You know, I'll just take them out. That's just enough power, yeah. Oh, and then that one, I don't know why that one's still there. I thought I would have got rid of that already. And yeah, now I need some wood. Nope. Okay, I'll just dump those. Dump these. Food. Oh yeah, there's that. Surprising that the medley lowers your thirst for so long, but doesn't do anything to replenish thirst, really. Yeah. 15 minutes less thirst, but you barely get any water value out of it. Seems like, you know, oh, ate this vegetable stir fry, less hunger for 20 minutes, but you get only water from the stir fry. That would definitely not make sense. I guess I need to make the stir fry and try it to see if it gives me only water value. Because you think the harvest medley would be like, it reduces your thirst for 15 minutes. You'd think you're getting some water value from it. You know, especially with what you're eating, it's, you know, should have some water content to the food itself. Can I land it? No. Not that. Yep. That one. There we go. Now, not take them all out. I can let the drills shut down for a moment to make this a little easier. Got that spot right there. This is gonna be like the worst place for it. Do that spot. We'll keep it looking nice enough. And yeah, I went just too far. Okay. Just do one down here. Do a double height. Port. Like 1, 2. Okay, that went a little bit taller than I expected. Much taller than I expected. Oh, no, no. There we go. Way tall. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna do it like this. Actually, a good spot right there. Surprisingly not fussing about the terrain at that location. Go. This really isn't that ideal either. Let's just be honest. But, you know, I'll say I found another spot where there's iron, but it's just so far out, it would kind of really slow things down if I had to let a drone go that far out to get iron. So it like this. And one more. So that needs to be to one of these. Apparently that is now too far. And of course again, now I can't demolish anything. I have to switch. Something with the cable is locking me up, it seems. now. Okay, power to that. Which, you know, honestly, I could probably just do something from here. And then feed over here. Because I do want to redo this part. I want to make it where I have a nicer kind of path that leads to here at least. You know, walk around. And then I like the shortcut here. Hoping we do get some ladders with an upcoming update. Okay, that drill now has full-time power, no daytime only. It's going to be sufficient power to run non-stop. I think that was the only resource I had not doing that. Okay, so now I feel like I want to do some lights, which, you know, I can do either these, or I need to add some wireless power. And I kind of like the coloration and the glow you get from these better than the standing lamps. Standing lamps are good as like markers. You see them more visually, but they don't really give a lot of light. So and I'll have to redo some of the cabling too to make sure it is daytime off, not running all the time. Even though I have power for it, I don't want the lights on during the daytime. Whole point of the sensor. So right there I've got the daylight sensor. Those are just on full time. This kind of where I also like the idea of a color change option, like painting, where I could paint certain connectors a certain way, or just instead of wireless power for the lights, which is nice when you just want to be able to run the lights together. But I feel like there should be something kind of like in Satisfactory where there's a light control system that, as long as it's plugged into the same power network, you can adjust the lights. And if you want to have the lights doing something different in different places, you gotta actually then separate the networks out. So power, you know, into this chain versus power into this chain. But I would like to see just a lights control thing. Daylight sensors are still useful for earlier and for saying don't run the drills, you know, at night kind of thing. We don't want to rely on just the lack of power at nighttime. But still feel like a light control panel would make sense. Something that lets you set the timing for the lights. Hey, turn on at this time. Dim the light like this. That way it doesn't matter where they're plugged in. You don't have to run separate power networks for it. It just works. But not that, then give me the option to paint different colors for the different cable connectors, so I can say the standard color is the normal power, and then the blue color is the daytime sensor connections, and I just have to run double connectors along each path, which of course make it so much more fun to connect things when the cables connect automatically. I was going the wrong direction. Okay. All right. Go through my little path. Yeah, the wireless lights would be nice to have out here. Something that sticks out like that. Little wireless lamp on the end. But then it's a case of I either have to have a daylight sensor to turn them off, which means I've got to link something up to a sensor to control a separate set of connectors, or we get a daylight or a light control panel, which would be the, for the player, I think the simpler option. And of course, can't. Oh, dang, getting honey. I should have got the honey. Yeah, to grab next batch of honey while I was there. It's great. Those lights, the higher up they go, where they look like they should be, they're not really very bright. They're good if they are. There's just too much of a drop off, honestly. These look good. You can see them from a distance. If you get a lot of lights, especially close to, like, here, this is much lower. It's much better lighting. But when you put it high enough, you know, a little bit higher, it starts to lose a lot very quickly. Like that, very nice and bright. That, much dimmer, and that is just one half wall height above those. So it's definitely to be improved upon the way the lights are. I feel like, again, the light panel where you can set when they turn on and off, and make it a later unlock, that'll just be easier. Hey, these unlock, you know, unlock it this time, you build it, you turn the lights on and off at this time of day, you set the brightness level. I'm not saying it has to be complicated, like you designate the name of the light, you go and configure every single light individually. But it would be nice at least just to have a way to control all the lights on one power circuit. Okay, let's see. Get all this out. And dump everything. Oh, okay. So that's getting a little bit full now. It's good. I'll go ahead and take these. That. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's. We'll do those as the electric ones. Let's see what I'm doing there. And then the fuel-based ones. after this, I'm about to be to the point I just empty out the drones and nothing in storage for the raw materials. Just getting drones each time. And let me double check. Okay, that's full. That's full. And I just filled up a whole bunch of space I don't have room for. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I got plenty of supplies. It is definitely time to go and burn through some supplies somewhere else. To get these going. I guess I'll just toss that extra stuff in here for now. Oh, you know, I can do that. All right, 1, 2. There we go. We'll have that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? No. Let's. Yeah. Can't craft them there. I gotta do this. I feel like I want to build one of these down there now, just so I don't have to keep coming back here for stuff. Rectangular bush. Yeah, we'll do 3. If I use up some leaves. And kind of like that. Let's do this side for right now. Power pole is. Okay, all that's been collected. Now I will. I did again. That's something new that has not been happening. I click the button and it just randomly locks up. Polonius, good afternoon. Oh, front star, I didn't see that. The goal in the game is to unlock everything. If you get done with that, then it's just free play, and that's where I'm at now. So I've unlocked everything, and now I just build. Plenty of fuel, got stuff going. Actually, yeah, not quite close enough. You know what, I'm thinking now, what I want to do is, I could easily finish that, but I've got a lot of wood going. I'm gonna go, we'll do build over there. I kind of feel like I want to build something big there for the copper one, but it's a small island, which is kind of why I like the idea of building big and making it go like some really big massive thing. But that's actually a decent island over there. It's got a decent layout, so I feel like I could do something pretty interesting over there. Let's get all these finished up first. All right. So, yes, that is the sand island. I don't remember if there's any other useful things there. I know it's sand. And I'm trying to think which one it was that was a stone. I feel like maybe it was that one was stone, or it was... Well, that's the cobalt one. It's got the nice little recess down into a lake kind of thing at the bottom. I think that's the one where I got stone going, but that's in that direction, and it's not as visible because I got trees in the way, which I will probably redo that at some point, but it's not so visible. So I kind of like the idea of building something with that later. This, at least, when I'm out here working, that's visible off in the distance. So I feel like that's where I want to go and kind of do some building next. Before I tackle the mega project of building from here to like here and some big massive, I mean, I guess I could start that. I got a lot of wood stockpiled, so it wouldn't be such a big deal to start it. But not exactly, I haven't come up with everything on how I want to do that yet. But, well, that is visible. It's just it's further out, which is why a really big build has to happen there. That one's not so big, you know, and it's not as far out. Yeah, I still kind of want to do like a little play test of something over there, see what I can, if it gives me any problems with what I'm thinking. And now, yeah, I need to do some more. I'm running out of room on that, which is fine. I will have something I'm sure I need to use some silicon for at some point soon. Okay, so I gotta definitely do some work. You know what? Go ahead and get rid of that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then that extra clay. That, got. Struggling to have enough clay bricks at one point. Now I've got way too much. What happens? Got enough food, so it's not a problem. So yeah, let's go ahead and at least go. Good time for my stuff to grow and everything. So I've got the docks, which have worked nicely for the fact that I haven't had problems crashing constantly when I try to land. But I am finally getting more comfortable with just landing without a dock. So I feel like I want to take the docks out in most places as a, like, well, you know, I don't really need it as bad. Plus the drones, you know, I don't have to come out here unless I'm going to do something to fit something or I want to build like I'm doing now. The drones, that's all set up. I don't have to worry about it. So I kind of want to just redo this as a test for how I can do something visually, you know, focusing on building for the visual, and still like the idea of this is like a preserve, nature preserve. You know, I don't have animals over here. If we get animal husbandry where we can produce more like baby animals, I will like bring a whole bunch of chickens and sheep and pigs over here and just have it over here. I think I'm gonna for now leave that stuff. Maybe take that boulder out. This has got decent pathing already in type and how the ground is that visual look of a path. But you know, I already got myself established on a better island, or the starter island, so it's too close, not really a need for another big base, other than just making something look good. So yeah, I have not missed anything, but that, I'm kind of thinking right there. That's where I'm thinking. Quartz, and I think that's, you know, that should be it. I'm checking because I'm still missing loot crates, so there's not a spot to climb up without building. And so yeah, I definitely did not run up here super readily. This is okay, so that's home. that's where the dock is right now. I'm kind of thinking I want to build something here. I got a nice little open area right here. Also an excuse to finally use my pickaxe. Okay. And this may not work the way I'm hoping it does, so what I am going to do is just start it, and if it doesn't work out, you know, hey, I'll try. I can take the stuff back apart, no problem. Even though the island's there, let's kind of do a east. And I don't have a compass to say I'm definitely facing east, so I'm gonna guesstimate. I think I'll be above the terrain though. Thinking that should be good. I think. Double check. How far? Oh, yeah, okay, I gotta go bigger. Just before I commit to it, make sure this is going to work. Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm turning each time facing the same way because there is a slight variation. It's not symmetrical on the design, so to make sure the planks don't look weird later, if I start building in some floor spacing for this, that's why I'm making sure to just keep turning it the same direction each time from where I started. All right. That's nice and tall above everything else. You can see it. Pretty much the whole island. So before I continue any further at this point, to make sure it's going to work, I guess I'll go ahead and build me a little bit of a floor. Plus I'll have to go get some more wood if this is going to work. If not, I'm demolishing the whole thing. And just oh, of course it did. Of course it did. Meant to target the bottom set of stairs, and instead I got that. Alright, fine. Do this. How's that right, I forgot about how the stairs that like it's colliding with you even though you're definitely not even close enough. It all comes down to how you're aiming, I guess, because of the way the anchor point is handled. Oh, I'm just going to try to do something with that. Is right there. Nope. Okay. Go like this. Okay. Not because of the path right there. Yeah. Oh, so let's do that. Then. Alright. Now. There we go. Got a way up. And the last piece. Which is the dock. And I probably should undock the ship before I try to move the dock, I would think. You know, that seems like it would be the logical thing. Like, okay, you want to do this, move the ship. And I'm going to see if I can actually build the dock attached to a structure. I haven't tried that yet. And if it will attach to my structure, then yeah, I'm just going to keep the dock on this island so I can have it on top of a big tower. And apparently I never did set up full-time power on that, so... Alright. And yeah, I'll build walls for this so I don't fall off the outside edge, and I'll build railings or something. Oh, you can place it in the air. Okay. So it is able to go on a structure. Well, nice. Okay. So I can now, you know, dock here and have a, well, unnecessary, but, you know, different walk down to below if I want to come here. And it's kind of like a big watchtower. I feel like I do want to have power for it because I want to have it all lit up. Not so much glowing inside, but, you know, outside, like lighting. So it's going to need to have some power set up for it. I also kind of want to see how far away can I actually get a visual of it. So... make sure I'm not veering the wrong direction. I mean, I can already see the sky turbine there, so... And it got hazy, so it's not showing. It might change at daytime. It also could be the fact that I got the big stupid dock symbol in front of it. Which will only happen while I'm in the ship, so... We'll see how it looks once I actually land. Okay, yep, I can't see it. I can't see my tower. Granted, it's a skeleton of a tower, but I can't see it. Let's go toss those. And... those. Okay. Sure, this is all finished. Yep. So get this stuff out. Hey. I've got to find something to use some silicone on. You know, actually, I'll just toss. That's absolutely perfectly fine. I can just get some points for it because I've got quartz sitting there waiting. Doing this. Boom. All right, and okay. You know, wood tower, I did start it with that. Since I got plenty of stone and everything, I would just change it out to a brick tower. Don't think it's going to make a difference in how it appears from a distance, but may, yeah, switch it out to a brick tower. For now, I can do wooden windmill, which would kind of be nice as far as the look there, without it being so impeding of the visual. Bit more rustic, but of course, for power, the sky turbine is going to be better. I mean, how much cloth do I have? Yeah, not enough. So we may do windmills. Just fine. I'll use some of the wood, iron, and copper. That's 400 each. Yeah. So it was a standing lamp. I'll get there. 30 each. Okay, so 10 per windmill. So if I do 2 windmills, I have enough for all that. So a whole bunch of the standing lamps, because again, they carry visually from a distance very good. So I'm thinking at least on the very top of the structure, some standing lamps. It'd be like, actually, you know what? Sky turbine is the way I'm gonna go, because I can put it at the very top of the structure and have it be like kind of a beacon on top of the structure. So let's do wall. There we go. 30 cloth. And then the circuit board and 20 iron. Go. Alright, sky turbine. Go on the roof. I know I can do it at least to the side. Something to do with the roof tiles. I remember that being a problem here. So I could do a flat roof there, I guess. I'm going to clear these. Not those. Yeah, we'll just go ahead. I'll take this and we'll start with a rebuild of it as a brick tower, like a lighthouse, essentially. Won't take much, just pop out each item, replace it with brick version. And it's unfortunate you can't just build over top. Like some games will let you, you know, build over it and it just, well, some of them, I would say Ark, will demolish the part underneath instead of refunding the supplies. But yeah, some games will let you directly build to upgrade. Oh, look at that, I missed. Came in a little too fast. And I didn't hit it. Another advantage of the tower. You might still narrowly avoid it, but you're not trying to avoid it and then smacking into a stone wall. And yeah, okay, so do this. Oh, maybe I should build from the ground up first. That could have been bad. Could have been, could have put a kibosh on my plans for a moment. stairs. Yes. Like that. And yeah, for now, I'm just going to leave it open as maybe I should probably start down here and make sure I have a way to not fall off the edge. I'll just build my walls. Work my way up, which will not take very long to burn through my supplies. And don't you love the lack of physics in games? So it can float in the air without falling and breaking everything. Nope, apparently can't target through the stairs. And I'll just do the door there. So yeah, come in. I need to bring food. You know, I did it bigger because of the length of these, so I have one on each end. But now it's like, well, how do I do the windows the way I want? If I do one there, no. I do that actually along these, like on those. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's the way I'll go. I'll need to get some glass and come back. A bunch of glass. And at least replace this stuff. Should have enough to do all this. And there we go. Okay, so now well, that's outer edge. You know, because of the outer edge. Well, you know, from a visual standpoint, I think it would be good to have, like, as I step up here, instead of a plain wall, it's a glass wall, so I have a nice visual out. But at the same time, I'm thinking, you know, the corners kind of ties in with structural pillar column type thing, so it seems like that would be a bad spot to put some glass walls. And I can just do, you know, in between on each side. Apparently, yeah, I have a little bit of a problem with that. This, I may just do half wall. Yeah. Can't do a fence. Like that, where I can just come up here, do like that. So don't accidentally fall. Do my doom. Do that? Nope. Alright. Come up here. Got this. And now, where the pillars come into play. And I'm out. So, if I do that, create like a little rooftop thing, get up to the roof, toss this thing up there, so it's got no collision, and I have power, and also visual, you know, hey, look at me, kind of beacon. But yeah. Out of brick. Now let's see how it looks as I fly away. That's not too bad. I mean, it's gonna stand out. The brick, you know, I think visually will work better in the end, and I can still kind of see it, the framework. So I think once I get fully built, it will kind of help it stand out a bit more. Big thing probably being that there's gonna be the turbine and some lighting. Lighting will be good at night. Oh, no. I can see the dock, like right there in the corner. You can see the dock from a distance, so it at least is rendering that. All right. Okay. I'll keep that because I'll probably need some sticks. Actually. Okay, grab that. And now 3, 4, 5 stacks. That, yeah, should be good. I'll burn through this stuff, and at least then I'll have at least the tower and everything done. Now I can play around with it more later. But the docks will place against a terrain or against a flat platform foundation. So, you know, when I first built one, I just kind of was like, needed to get one built quickly so I could do the airship. And that ended up being, just place it on the ground. Pretty sure is what it told me. But now that I know I can build a tower for docking, I may redo my dock setup there. So I don't have to worry about doing any upgrades now. Build me a dock that's a little bit higher so I don't hit the ground accidentally. And I forgot to bring glass. Yep. I just realized that I forgot to grab glass while I was there. So I'll do it all the way around right here. No point in having glass right there. Or, well, daylight, I guess. I'll let some daylight in. I may do the glass windows here. Oh. You know, actually, I could alternate them. Yeah. So instead, it'd be like right here and right here, because I'm going past glass, which also I walk up, so it'd be like glass and glass on this level, and then glass and glass on the next level. Yeah. All these done. Like that, yeah. Okay. This, and probably a good idea for me to just go ahead and do like this. Okay, so flat roof, you think that would be, oh, and I know what I'm doing wrong already. Ah. Alright, so again, and you'll see it on the underside. The tile itself, the top, looks perfectly fine. But underneath, there's that tiny difference, and it's not perfectly symmetrical on the design. So when you turn it facing a different way, the tile is going to be zigzag, and I don't want that. I want it to, I mean, that's not what you would want in your own home. You know, the wood beams being zigzagged. It looks unprofessional. Looks like it wasn't done properly. So I'm going to make sure to do this where it looks properly done. Lies with our object. Okay, so that will not place here at all. Okay, so tile. You think it would place on a flat surface? It does not. I guess technically I don't even need the dock here. I could take those out, just leave this as an open platform, and just come here and land on it, put a beacon to the side. I still want to have the sky turbine though. So for that, let me see if I can do this. Yeah, just do it lower. Or it does look weird having that little gap there. Okay, and yeah, the roof. Like that. Okay. Actually, let's do corner. That. Yeah. Do a corner. And same here and here, so I can create a nice little wrap around. It'll look a little bit nicer. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then finish this. What? Okay. Stop targeting. You know what I'm aiming at? And yeah, okay, same thing as before. Keep tile consistent. Like that. And now it's not on the tile here, it's not centered like that. I have to do it in a certain spot, and it seems like it just needs to be connected to the edge for some weird reason. That. Yeah. Good. This spot right there, why not? And it's deployed. Now I have that. Basically, it's kind of like a beacon, you know. Is here. So now I can do lamps, which I did not make yet. So lamp. Okay, so yeah, do lamps. Then the question is, how can I make it more visible? Also using the glass walls that I'm going to put in, so that I kind of create like a glow out of it. I'm thinking the wireless lights would not be sufficient for that. I kind of like the idea of having the visual like you're running up the stairs kind of thing. I like the look of that, so I am going to do railings. Funny enough, brick railings actually don't use brick. Wood and stone. So I failed to see any stone in that. Yes. But once the walls are in place, I can't fall too readily. And oh, I missed that one. There we go. Like that. Yes. Wireless power transmitter is going to be one other thing, is having the links going down, because it does create an actual sphere. It's not like a circular area and it's top to bottom, regardless of height. It's actually a sphere. So I'd have to put like, oh, here's a, you know, wireless transmitter at the top and maybe one down at the bottom. to intersect at the right spot and cover everything. Also be good if those could be placed upside down. So I could do it where I have like lights underneath each of the landings. Creates a little glow effect. Visually, like I look up and I see lights. But I don't know if that's actually going to make a difference in the end on the visual here. And, you know, yeah, I'm going to keep the door here. And I'll do half wall, maybe. No, I'll just do full, like I'm going to do with those. We'll go up there, and then this, instead of being a full brick wall, I just give it glass all the way up there, then glass for 2 layers. Like that. They're brought glass. So glass, and I'll bring some lights. This time. Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, well, okay, the glow has just disappeared. And got a little blocky because of, you know, trying to downscale the quality. So you don't need as much detail from far away, but I can still see it. Turning the wrong direction, but yeah, I can still see it. Make sure I'm not going to hit this one. Still see it. It's still there. I think that is going to work. Yeah, I can still see that from here. So I don't see a tower beneath it, but I get to see the turbine. Interesting, you know, aspect of that. You see the turbine, but not the actual tower. Okay, that and all the wood so I can make sticks while I'm there. I'm sure my animals are probably fully produced on stuff, so I'm sure my crops have grown by now. I know I got honey, but I'll get my truffles and such. I think the blue standing lamps will be sufficient. Yes, 5. So they were full capacity. Alright. Toss all that in. There we go. That's done. Alright. Back. Again. Timmy is really laid out. But he's awake. He's looking at me like, what? Why you do this to me? Oh, scratch. A little scratch there. Eat your snack. And I didn't bring the lights. Alright, that's fine. Alright, I'll get this part done, and then I'll bring a bunch of standing lamps. If I don't end up using them here, then I'll use them in the main base. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Because as I walk by, I get that full visual, which means on this side, I need it there and there. And why not make them visually match on both sides? So, while I'm not going to do the... well, I'm not going to do glass wall and glass door. I can do like that. That way it gives like this alternating pattern. Because the top of those is the bottom of these. For the fact that I did that right there. Yeah, I may have to adjust that. I may have, well, that's, okay, because I went too high, that's going to be the whole way around. Never mind. So the middles are going to just be glass. All the way up. Again. Worst case, I take it apart and change how I did this. It's fine. Oh, well. No, actually, no. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact of like it's because I'm focusing on each side. Like this side should be the lower right there, and then as you go up, I guess if I took these out, I could do the alternating like that. Because the thing is, if I do that here, then I do one there, and then I come here, and it's this side like that. So I get that alternating pattern instead of it just being that. And I did not grab stone while I was out. Yeah, there's stone there. I don't want to break it. I want to leave, for now, some landscape. Oh. I know I've got decorative stones I can place out there, but there's like a weird glitching visual effect. So I kind of want to not do that. Okay, so yeah, do like that. So basically I walk up and I get a view out as I'm going up. And then it goes on that side. Then I have this be brick just like that. And then there's Jenny. Fair time. So you're doing the fair. So what you're saying, you're in the fair with the sheeps. I'm assuming that's what you're doing at the fair. You're in the fair with the sheeps. Of course, now I can't. So easy to place stuff, but it's so difficult to actually get up there and remove it. There we go. Okay, so that would be like that. Yeah, take those out and create this alternating pattern. Be like these come out. And yeah, okay. So that will work. I think. But of course, I still don't have. Right, so yeah, I need to go get stone. Whole bunch of stone. Finish this off. And then I never put my honey away. Alright, that's fine. Had cleanup today, had 2 hours, and then went to see some sheep. You mean shear some sheep? Or just saw the sheep? we get wireless power transmission or a way to transfer power between islands, I will just for the sake of it use the topmost level of that island as a strictly like power production area, just to ship, you know, send power back over here. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think that's what I'll end up doing at the Horseshoe Island over there, because my plan with that is to probably build across this span right here and then fill in and build like a structure like, oh, I have an upper level, and then down here I build like a tower that connects into the lower level, and that will leave me both this and this area and turn them into just the sky turbines. Just massive amounts of power over there for that one. Stone, guys, probably I need stone. Apparently it's not producing a lot over there. It's just so slow to get it. Just to walk them and stuff. Oh yeah, it's okay. I understand. I gotta walk my, you know, not sheep. You know, he likes to get walked too. I'll probably take a couple of these just in case. I can make the stick that I need. That I'll go ahead and make some more. Go. Lights. Yeah, let's get some lights, because that's another big thing. Iron, copper, and cobalt. So iron. Oh, is that yeah. Iron, copper, and then cobalt. Want to well, do it that way, yeah. And then it's just messing things up anyway. All right, iron, copper, and cobalt. Make 3 lights just to start and get set up. Kind of want to see how it looks first doing that, and then I want to be able to see this next nightfall if I can actually see anything from here. I probably won't be able to see it from here because I can't see the light around the sky turbine. I can't see the sky turbine, which I'm thinking whenever I build over there, I probably won't be able to see the sky turbines from here because it'll be too far, but you know, worth a shot. Go and do that. Alright, let's get done. Go back down all the way. Alright, so yes, take these out. And I do it alternating. Well, take those out then. That. Like this. And then those and those. And that. That. I hope I do the corners too. That there. And gets to be this. Now, considering I was going to originally just start doing it as a whole, all the way around wood setup. I feel like I'm doing good, you know, completely alternating it, so. Okay, there's that. That. There, yep. And, oh, wait, is it sticks? Oh, no, stone. I'm out of stone again. Great. Come on, there's some stone that is spawning in all around my feet. So I can grab some real quick. Yeah, come on, come on. Where is it? That was some points the game just randomly stops generating resources around me. And then it'll just suddenly like, oh, I'm not at this island for a while. And I go there and suddenly there's resources everywhere. Like before I even get there. And then I go back to like my home island and it's like, hey, here's a bunch of resources again. But if you hang out here for too long, we stop. Okay, that's one more. Let me get one more plate. One more stone. There. And maybe that's all I need. Okay, well, no, I got those corners. Oh, great. Okay. Well, yep, there goes those corners. So now I'm going to do these. And that would be right here. And right there. Except I can't put it there because I don't have anything to support it. Alright, let's do this then. So our... Oh. There we go. Okay. Terrain too steep. Let's... I get it on the corner? No! Terrain too steep. Collides with another object. Alright, fine. So, if I just do... Brought 3, but there's supposed to be signaling lights. So, if I do like this, then, you know, they light up, they signal as I approach. Yes, at night. Very bright. And then I'm kind of thinking of the same idea of how I've done it in their spots. Do the horizontal pillar, which in this case will be wood, because I don't like the look of the... Well, except for the fact I can't do it at a corner. Great. Yeah, I gotta think of how I want to do this to make that visually work. But it's coming together. Weird alternating style. I mean, I guess I could always just do straight, here's glass walls all the way up on certain sides and let that be it. Or glass walls all the way up the sides, period. Especially if I was gonna have it like super well lit up and I knew it would transfer for a very good distance. That it's lit up that well inside. I don't know. What should I do? Should I keep it alternating or should I just go completely all the way up the middle on each side with glass? I'm torn on how I want to do this. And while I let everybody think about it, I'm going to go back to get stone. I didn't grab any. I don't know, from a distance, it's not going to make a big difference in the end. It's going to be as I get close to it. But, still. You know? I want it to look nice, even though it won't be visible. Okay. So I know that's at least part of the sky turbine, that I can see sticking out. I think it's also the dock over there I can see sticking out a little bit. Can't tell if that's any of the lights. I do want to see if the lights are, at least there's like a slight glow or something I can see from a distance. There we go. And now thinking about the fact, the way it's changing the rendering visibility for a distance, I may end up building a super big platform over there on that island and not be able to see any of it. But suddenly I'll see like all the sky turbines and such just cluttering up the area. Yeah, I don't know if I like the alternating style now. I think I might do just all the way up on each side. Glass right through the middle. Or, you know, it's honestly a case of I don't need it to be glass. I was just thinking that could be interesting to have a way to look out on it. But it could be just kind of like treat it as a lighthouse of sorts. You just show up and it's just a big tower. Instead of doing this, I could always do the window option instead. But that seems like it would work better if I had just a single, like, in the middle. Instead, because that's going to make it look almost like it's got eyes. If I do two window walls side by side. Please make sure I get all of this done. I'll have the corners all the way up. Yep. Okay, walls are done, whether I swap it out to stone all the way up or glass all the way up on each side. The walls are done. About to be dark. I'll actually get to see how the lights look. And I gotta figure out how I want to do the lights coming down from the ceiling. Now I'll just do that right here. The light. Oh, yeah. I was about to say, why is the color different? That's right. Even with these, you still have to, once you power them, you have to turn them on. You can't turn them on unless you power them. Oh, man. Look. Oh, wow. I saved by the design of the walls. I landed on the edge of each wall, trying to get onto this railing, which I did one point earlier. Oh, look, yeah. It's the corner, like that. I feel like I'm in a Jason Bourne movie right now. Pretty sure he did like that in one movie. He jumped down from the ledging along each side. Okay, so I guess I'll just go up this way so I can get on the roof and not. Okay, yeah, you are now frustrating me. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why you got individually turn them on afterwards. Like, you can't click on them without power. Ah. Steady. There we go. See lights. I can see the lights. I can see the lights. I can see the lighting glow inside. Now I get a little tiny bit of light next to the helipad symbol, and then it's gone. So not going to work. I mean, and I could probably take the dock out and just try to land on the platform. Like, just have a straight, here's platform, and I just kind of get to it and see if it'll land on it. But yeah, that's, I don't think there's an option for me to adjust my rendering distance by that significant of an amount. Jason! You and Jeannie both. Better late than never. But you're both late today. Alright. Let's toss this. And all. There we go. Look at that. Double check, yep. Alright. Honey. And now. Yeah, before I go doing any more collecting from the drones right now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to burn through all of these. Let's just, let's just see. 32 and 32. Yeah, so I'll just make it a case of I'm going to wait for it to completely fill up. Now, clay I do find occasionally on the ground, so I will leave the clay with a couple of spots for me to just find loose pieces here and there. But the other stuff I'll get where basically all I do is take from the drones when I need to produce some more. Instead of having like a big stockpile waiting to be smelted, I'll have everything smelted and then just kind of work to refill from there. Or diamonds, because I need so many of them. And there. And there. Look at that. Okay. Now let's look. Oh, I saw it. I saw a flicker for a second. I think it was like a little rendering glitch. Oh, nope. Okay, it's the angle I am looking at. So, kind of hard to tell, but the turbine in the distance. Now I kind of wish I had like a good zoom thing on it. If I get it at the right spot, like right now, I can see a flicker. A very tiny flicker. Like it's trying to render the light. Oh, yeah, I got a really good one there. For a second. It's like it's really trying to show, hey, there's a light here. And I get just that kind of little blip of it. The corners, they do a little... Oh, there it was again. Maybe I just need a lot of lights. Like 100 of them. On that tower. Who needs walls? I just go build it out of lights, right? Oh man, that would be annoying. Building nothing but those lights and trying to stack them on top of each other. Like, speaking of, I need to probably put some more lights out here, actually. And my chicken's broke again. See? Well, the sheep are doing their thing. That's doing... Chicken's not having a problem producing eggs. It's just having a problem glitching over there on the thing. Alright. Go again. Big greenhouse takes too long to harvest. So I'm hoping we get like a horticulturalist bot with an update. Makes sense. Just give us, like I said, I'm pretty sure last week, the week before that. It's like we've got variations on stuff, so just go in there and say, hey, here's your horticulturist bot. And basically, you choose which variation you want. Do you want the paprika one or do you want the tomato one? You know, you choose the variation, and it requires X amount of seed packets of that type to set it up, along with just the same resources regardless. Then you go put power in, and you're like, hey, look, now we've got these robots that are producing just the plants. You don't have to worry about it. They basically got their own little mini greenhouse. Yeah, you might want to keep a greenhouse just for visuals, you know? I mean, I've seen in the promo pictures, they have a greenhouse type setup, then they have an outdoors, you know, using the hoe to till the ground to make spots for plants, just to have them as part of, like, the pathway, so it looks nice, you know? You know, not saying you get rid of your greenhouse. Maybe you want to have the greenhouse just for the looks. You know, I have this set up. Here's my greenhouse. It's a nice visual, but then I have up there a whole set of horticulturalist bots that do nothing but produce my food for me. And I don't have to come down there and ever harvest. I just literally keep this for the looks. That would be a nice upgrade. I feel like come on, we got a tree chopping bot. We get something that could do a automatic gardening bot, horticulturalist bot. Give it a fancier name because it's not tree bot, it's forester bot. So yeah, there you go. Do that, and you know, you don't have to sit here and do what I'm doing. Like, I don't have to chop trees anymore unless I just want a landscape. Why not make it, I don't have to collect and replant crops anymore. Another thing to tie the drones to. Hey, you are my drone. Like, that's the thing, you'd be using a lot of power. Power for each bot to do its job. And power for a drone to go to each bot to pick up the supplies if you didn't want to have to worry about remembering to go and get the supplies from that spot. So, you know, you need more power. So you have to worry about making more power stuff. If you don't want to use that much power, you do the greenhouse. And you can see a little bit from here. It's definitely part of the dock. And I want to say, I think I can see the base of the sky turbine from here. Alright, pause it. There we go. And hopefully we get the quality of life fits where it won't take stuff from your toolbar. I mean, I could get it if there's certain things like you don't want it to take from your toolbar. I get it. There might occasionally be a need for that, but most of the time, probably not. Nope, that's paprika. All right. Yeah, I think if I just keep like 2 spots for clay, loose clay, and everything else, just grab it from here, dump it right in, that'll be enough to maintain the clay. Too many leaves. Actually, make some sticks. There we go. Stone is full. Wood is full, so that's, you know. Perfect. And what? You know what? I need to use the leaves for making bushes. So I can have my nice decorative bushes all around. You know? Like, ooh, that could be good to help hide the weird unevenness of the terrain. I just, you know, cover this up with some shrubbery. Also, protection against the knights in need, keeps them happy. Like how terrain is too steep to place a cosmetic bush. Okay. Now I feel bad for putting the animals all the way up there. Like here you go, back in this spot, plenty of space to roam around, you know. Definitely still kind of want to do maybe... Oh, you know, instead of doing a full walking thing that goes that way, because this is open to the cliffside, take these out and just be like, okay, you walk through, and I still have that kind of continue over here up to, like, say this point, so it creates a separation of this area, and then I have like a gate or something leads over to here, and you're like, oh yeah, I go into the little pond area. Yeah, that's work. Then you have this, you know, you don't want to accidentally go off the cliff, so this is kind of off limits. Yeah. And then I'm just going to leave these areas open for now. Again, gardening horticulturalist bot. I'll load this whole area up with them. Like I got the trees, the forester bots up there. Okay. Right. There we go. And I used eggs up because I had so many eggs. And I did make the vegetable stir fry. Because I had stuff for it. Let's see, cosmetics, what can we do? I've already played around with the little plants and such. Got bench, got bookshelves, fireplace, and the outdoor fireplace. Got a birdhouse, freestanding birdhouse. I don't have that birdhouse, so was hoping it would let me place it on trees. What do you think it would let you do? So it's not a very big visual thing. Fairy lots. Main thing there is the length of it, and I haven't actually tried the large. It looks like it's longer, because, you know, again, it wouldn't make sense for the fairy light, the bulbs to get bigger, because once you get past a certain point, they're kind of not fairy lights, you know? That's, yeah. That. There we go. Okay. There, yep, okay. So, clay, 32 clay, 32 clay, so that's enough to fill all of these up. See, that's perfect setup right there. And then, you know what, iron. I'll just go ahead and collect the extra. These, we'll do one side for iron, and one side for copper. And yeah, filling this up a little bit, but not by much. Okay, so those are going, and I was thinking I need copper and iron for something. Was it tea lights, right? The fairy lights. Yes, copper and iron. You know what? 10 is perfect. Let's make 2 of them. Let's try the big, large fairy lights, which is funny, they cost the same. But I haven't used them before, so... Oh yeah, that's much longer. Oh, and much harder to also aim it. And like, how am I supposed to target this and see it? I'm looking at that, and it's going so far out. Like, do I need to have... Okay, so it reaches that far. Like, okay, it can reach basically from there to there, and those are supposed to reach that far. That's really not... Why does that cost the same? That doesn't make sense, why that would cost the same. And, of course, I can't see how I'm aiming it. So there's definitely a flaw in that part. Because I'm missing trying to aim it, because I can't see where I'm aiming it. There. In fact, that you can place it against one, but not the other. Yeah, I'll take that out. We can have it be matchy-matchy. Let's bear from this side. Honestly, I like the larger strand of lights better to be able to take that out on each side, but I would still have to have at least a short strand because of the size of this. So I'll see a point in replacing those right now. Funny enough, those do not need power because they're just loud themselves. They don't produce light. What else can I do? Because I'll look at making some decorative stones. Or the bonsai tree. Also decoration. And pedestal. Yeah, why not? Pedestal. Okay, and it was... I think it said clay, not brick. On one of them. Oh, iron on that. Okay, brick. Few leaves, yeah. Leaves are not a problem. So, leaves and brick. And then at least 10 iron. Okay. Easy enough. 10 iron. Brick. And at least 1 stack of leaves. Right. So... pedestal. Try that. Statue. I feel like some of these should go on the pedestal. You know, kind of thing. But I also like the idea of doing both of these and seeing how they look. So... let's throw it in here, I guess. Maybe not. Nope. Yeah, we'll put it up here. Oh. So the icon makes it look like it lights up. But it's really just because it's yellow on that side Rubik Cube. Alright. So I'll do those like that. That works. Okay, and then the pedestal somewhere out. Yep. Let's get a statue to put on it before I go taking off. Keyboard, no. Mining device statue. Doesn't really look like the one I use, so. Fish. Put it by the pond. No. I guess we'll do the cat in the box. And... you know what? Why not? Right here. It's not a very impressive statue. Well, it's a little bit small for that pedestal, if you ask me. Oh yeah, so I need... see, I want to do some more lights in here, so... that just seems a little dark. Okay. I don't want to double up there, but I guess I could. Or that. Okay. You know what? Before I throw anything else out, I got enough food right now. Did that. Oh, no. Lights. Iron, copper, cobalt. I just did 4 posts, so we're gonna do 4. I need 20. Yep. There we go. Cobalt. There's really a lot of stuff that uses iron, copper, and cobalt, but not a lot of stuff that uses silicon anymore. Alright, we'll see you, Jason. Alright. Yeah, definitely getting a little jittery when I'm trying to place these. Now, Oh yeah, fully lit. Not as dark as we got a dark spot here because of the distance. There's an extra dark spot there because I only have these, and you can't place in the middle. I would also like to see snap points in the middle on these, on stuff like that. I think now, at least, is that they got, yeah, they got water. It's hard to tell. It kind of looks almost like the water is not in there, but now I got power here. I feel like I need some lights in this area as well. Can I? No, cannot place on that. But I could do a light right here on each. Well, no. I need lights, but I also would need a switch to trigger them separately. So let me look. Let's see. I've got wireless power here. Feeds across from that. So if I can feed from there to another wireless transmitter, I mean, that will cover part of this, but if I get one right here, wireless power transmitter on it, that connects to that one, which probably will not work because of the distance. No, let me just, I'll go get some lights. I'm thinking at least over the food and water area for the animals. All right. 5 each, yeah. Okay. So let's go with 10. Perfect. Oh, I want the 10. 2 lights. Just see if I can cover it with the existing power transmitter there, because that's already tied in with the do not turn on, or turn off at daytime. Oh yeah, that might work. Let's see. Well, it will work here. That. Just in the edge of it. Perfect. Means technically I can do one here as well. And then I do something with these. I think we'll take this bird feeder and the bird bath. You know what? These will go back to the house area. Do something nice with it there. And what I'll do is I'm going to do, instead of the standing bird house, I'm going to do like a bird. Well, thinking. I need to plant some trees around the pond, and then let them grow and see how that looks in the end. So, put these third core decor type stuff. Yeah, let's trees, buildables. Maple is the one that's got the non-green color right now. These are maple trees, and I don't have any spare of those because I've been trying to get more of them. There's so much green everywhere. That type, whatever that type is, because it's skinny. That's what I'm thinking, the skinny ones. I would do pine, but I don't have the biome for that. Should give me the sapling and let me know what it is. I should have enough of these. Birch. Alright, so let's grab some birch saplings. Because apparently I got quite a few of those. Even though I think, well, I know what it is. Because you use alder saplings for the foresters. That's why I don't have as many of those now. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some birch saplings around the pond. Like that. Let those grow a bit and see how they look, and just kind of clean it up. Decorative. Oh, it tried to get me. Definitely some over like along this side and something through here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up taking one of the pots out and putting them on that other island. Definitely some trees along here too. I feel like I do want to mix it up a bit with the trees along the path, though. I mean, the maple stands out because everything on this island was pretty much green to start with. So it stands out a little bit, but, you know, maybe mixing it up, like here's a maple tree, you know, here's like the birch tree, such as that, filling it in there. Mix in with the bushes. I do want to get some more maple trees going around that area. I probably should just start chopping a bunch of maple trees down during a thunderstorm, because that's what you do. You don't wait for daytime. You go out and chop down a tree in the middle of a thunderstorm. Like a normal, sane person. It also seems that when they fall off the edge, it takes longer for that to, yeah, trigger. That, that the tree is, you know, done. This one because I'm hoping to get a spare seed. No, get one. All right, clear these. I mean, it's good you don't get flooded with extra seeds from trees. It is one of those cases, like, even just to make the first forester, you probably are going to chop enough, assuming you focus on the alder trees, instead of just planting and focusing on birch. You know, it's still a case of, you're going to chop a lot of trees down. I want to say it's the alder. Forester. Birch sapling. Alright, so yeah, you got to have birch. So if you mostly chop down alder trees, then you might be running out of space. Or is that birch I did? I thought that was, maybe that was alder. I don't remember. No, that came out as birch, but it's different than that tree type. I'm gonna chop these down. They are placed just right. We'll chop these. I just need one spare seed at this point, and I'm gonna start a farming setup for that. can't remember where it was I was getting maple seeds. There's something I was doing like with the ground. I hit somewhere and I just ended up getting maple seeds out of it. Nope, not doing it. Okay. Alright, take supplies. Wonderful. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's done. These load up there. Good. But for the fact again, it won't pull from full bar. Alright, yeah, I got too much. So, wait. Iron, copper, yeah, I can still do those. Let's see how I'm doing. Sand! You know what? Let's just go ahead. Pour sand. And... or cobalt. Why not? Just go ahead and deck out with these. I'm going to use a bunch of cobalt. There we go. Okay. Yeah, take diamond just because it is worth stuff. Alright, that's going. So now, I think where, if there was some other place I got a maple tree. You know what? There's like a maple tree over there, maybe, in that island. But, gotta go warm up some food? Okay. Well, if you make it back in time, we'll see you then. If not, we'll see you next week. Maybe that... surely that's not a bush, shrubbery that I'm seeing in the distance there. That's gotta be a tree. Maybe I should go look for some trees. There we go. I got more than enough, so drop that. That. Let's... yep, okay. Okay, let's see how that does. Well, and I still have too much. I have a full stockpile of sticks now. Okay, yeah, you know what? Convert. Plus 23. Yeah, can I burn that? Oh. Actually, you know, I don't need to be burning unnecessarily on the wood because I know what I can do after this. So let's go get some maple seeds, hopefully. I'm not gonna bring them back. I do want to kind of have some variety in other places, so I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a stuttery effect just trying to fly, but looks like there's some maple trees here. I'll harvest them, replant, come back, hopefully have an extra seed, and I'm gonna kind of get like a little maple spot going. Oh yeah, we got several of them here. Maybe this is where I got them. I just wasn't focusing on it being I want maple seed. Oh, no, no, no! Oh man. Okay. I'm sure whenever I reload the save, it's gonna show a bunch of damage to it. And eventually, I might actually use up a diamond axe. Oh, great. The one maple on this entire island. Okay, there's two there. So, let's go with this one. Well, I've done there's 4 there, 7, 8. I should at this point be getting just from probability. I should be getting a chance for a spare seed pack by now. I would think 1 in like 10 or 12 would be an acceptable amount. You do 100 trees, you get 10 seeds. You know? No. Alright, fine. I'll just have to keep chopping my trees down at my base. See if I can get me another maple and just start trying to farm them. Across from here to here gives me this whole area for platform structure and tower on lower floors, everything like that. I'm gonna do that as wood. That just seems like, you know, you would maybe brick on like one side, but wood for the most part. Like that's how you would structure it. If you're gonna span a big gap, you're probably gonna put wood. So that's going to end up being a big wooden structure out there, that area. I might end up doing that sooner rather than I was thinking, because I just have so much in the way of wood coming in. And these are done. Okay. Toss that in. That in. Yep. And do it again. Burn through. Supplies. This. Kind of get all the unprocessed stuff out of the way, I guess. That way I'll have room. water. Go. Alright, maple trees. Still growing. I don't have any spare seeds. I think, well, I could take that one out. I don't want to. I want to leave that one. I think if I get one, I'm going to put it right there, and I'm just going to keep harvesting it every chance I get. Try to get more. It'd be nice if we had a way to try and force seeds, you know, beyond for trees. We can do these, but not tree seeds. Because obviously you're just going to chop enough trees to probably get them in the end. But now I want maple. So, alright. Yep, very bright. Okay, it's not quite late enough to do the lights, but... Okay. Kind of use up a bunch of wood there, so that helps. And that's kind of nice because it's got the little waterfall visual, but I do kind of have it blocked from this side, so I don't want to do that. Oh, no, I was just thinking. I was thinking with the birdhouse and everything. What I did not do is I should have had a patio type thing up here where I could walk out, have a nice look. That would mean changing this rooftop a bit. So, no patio. So instead I'll just do these outside. And yeah, I kind of want to have... Yeah, you know, I'll turn that on. Because way... Hey, you know, there. Put the bird bath just kind of right here. The birdhouse, I think actually will put... Oh yeah, I would just go ahead and put it right here. If I can put birdhouses on trees, which you think would be the thing, then I'll do that elsewhere. Extra lights I don't really need. Or extra solar panels I don't need. But I'll keep them because I may do something with them on that other island. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. I need a nicer walk down spot. So, use some stone and brick. Oh. Yeah. So, I'm thinking... Can't be placed under terrain. What are you talking about? Not under terrain? Actually, well, no. It makes sense to have it be... not, I mean... Would be nice to have brick, but that's just the wrong texture for out there. That's a more refined type of wood design, so no, I'm gonna go with just plain wood. It's more rustic looking with these. And that. Okay. Take that out. Yes, it is. Into the ground. That. I'm not sure how that counts as colliding with the player. That's not fully grown yet. That's next to last growth stage. I'll just grab from here. Nope, nope, okay. Well, we don't need that there. I may just keep that like this, but we'll do it this way. Add another one. Single layer, honestly, is fine. I don't seem to have any problem going along a single width, but you know, just for some extra size to it, that will work. And then we'll do railings. Go. Okay, and fortunate that does not give you a railing option there, so I can do this. That. Yep. And lighting. Yes. How do I want this lit? Wait. That out. Thinking now to do like that? Yeah, that could work. Surprised I burned through my wood reserves that quickly, and they did not cook anything yet, so. That. Then half height pillar, which disguises the whole this is a fence kind of thing. We get that. The flooring gives it that vibe of it's not and then oh yeah, there we go. And now I'm thinking it's almost like a bridge type of look, you know, like a covered bridge, or if it was like cabling, a suspension bridge would be almost that. Like it's kind of that vibe is what I'm feeling. But yeah, like an old wooden bridge, you know, I could see that kind of look to it. That might be good actually to use somewhat on that other island where I want to do that. Yeah, okay. Let's see. The trees here still doesn't look quite like they have fleshed out as much, but I'm not worried about the amount of wood I'm getting. I'm worried about the seeds. So hopefully 2 maple seeds. Come on. 2 seeds. 2 seeds. 2 seeds. Alright, next I'll go get those down there. That looks pretty good though. I do like kind of the look of that. That makes me want to build a bridge somewhere. I just don't have a place that really needs a bridge like that. But now, well, I guess I'll technically almost could do it the same way. Like I could, if I could line it up right, move this, build all the way down, turn it into a platform down here, which would mean I have to build up there, and that's going to end up being a whole alignment thing. But I could build like a platform here that goes over this way, feeds down to there instead of this one, and it's all connected. So you run up here, go this way, and then you go up here, and it's all connected. I mean, I could do it that way. That actually might make it look a little bit better than having to go to the side. Let's see. I'll go right here. Yeah, that could be fine. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take this back out. Actually, the railing helps with this because I can see where that segment is much easier. And no, I'm not going to tear something out from under my feet. Oh, same thing like in Minecraft. You don't want to break the block under your feet and then fall to your death. It's kind of a bad time if you do it that way. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna take this out because I'm gonna have to base it around placement. Here, you know what? Let me just do one. Oh, actually, you know, I can do it like this. Yes. So I need, and because we can't snap the foundation around that, I need it to basically be lined up around the same. That's good. I'll bring it down just a bit. I'll keep the line up the same way. Let's see. Okay, and then that gives me that there. Does it have anything sticking through? No. Okay. That's what I was going for. And this becomes a spot for that. And, well, yeah, that goes that way. This comes out. And the extra sapling goes over here. Yeah. Okay, and then that goes down that way. Let's see if this is going to be too close. Well, that's a problem. Okay, so we'll bring it over that. Okay, and it does clear out the flowers underneath. You know what? Just to test this. Okay, so it flattens them out. I think at one point it wasn't doing that, so they must have changed that in the update. Okay, so that becomes this. That'll work. No weird extra, you know, step out or anything. Does kind of have that bump right there, but I don't bump when I walk. That's the main thing, is I don't want it to be like that jerking type effect as I walk over it. Yeah, like this, and do that. Really, a halfway mark, so it would be great to do a platform there, but I'm not going to worry about it. This is now going to be the way up. Okay. And then this will come out. So I'm going to do that same kind of vibe I did here with this. Take these out. Come on. I would like to also see it be you're not targeting through it kind of thing. From here, we're going to start with that. just slightly off on the positioning. That works. Oh, yeah. You know, it doesn't go to that. Okay. But it goes slightly in a little bit more, so. Alright, so if I go that high, that really pushes the point back a bit more. Well, let's just try it and see how it looks. Yeah, that kind of goes a little bit further out than I would like. I want to keep it shorter. So... see how this works. And I don't get the depth there either, so alright. I just did this, but I may end up ripping it out. Yeah, that's one. I'm gonna take this out. We're just gonna move over bit by bit. I'm gonna do the rails again until I'm done. Sure, I've got it done. I think I'm gonna keep this starter. I'm just gonna move it back. One foundation at a time. But this will come out. Like that. Okay, take this out. That. This may not actually work any better because I may be going too far back on this. That. Ah. Fine. Yeah, I'm going too far back now. So, okay. That's actually better for this, but not for this. That would line up better here, going down this way, but then I still need more height there. That. Okay. It may be a case I just need to do like I did before and just build from right here. Kind of. Do it like this. Okay, so if I'm going to do this, let's just, well, I actually be better to go far enough out. I mean, that's right there. Drop it down a little bit. Do that. Slight height difference. But, yeah, corners must touch ground. That's where we're running that problem. So I'll go like this. And I'll throw in the half height wall. So I can get the foundational look that I want there. And funny enough, on these I can build under the wall, but I can't on the full height walls. I couldn't do it earlier when I was trying to do it. Okay. So yeah. You know, it's weird that it seems like the V changing orientation on this would be a case of why do that? Why not use T to do it? Whereas on the foundations, it's T to change height, R to rotate. Why not on some of these things where you're not changing the height, T would be to change orientation instead of V? It's like, you know, you're already reaching for T next to R, and then V is the opposite direction from R. And it seems like it would just be, hey, why not just make it the same on both? Since one's used this time and one's used this time. And now, yeah, I'm gonna take that out. Alright, so that comes here. That's, you know, as good as I'm gonna get with it right now. The thing here is the foundations are not going to cut out, so that is where I needed it to go. That actually needs to go there, so that is... Okay, so yeah, let's take it back. I go back just a little bit more. I'm kind of thinking. Oh, yeah. Alright, there goes that. That's... that to let me line it up. Okay, so, yeah, this is... okay, maybe now I can do it. Corners must touch ground, yes, I know. So that become, well, snaps again. Fine, do it this way. Seriously, we need a way to snap foundations to existing structural stuff. I mean, doable in other games, so I like to see it in this game. Okay, that's roughly the same height. Right? Problem is when I scoop back, it raises it up a little bit more. I'm thinking right about there. Okay. Now, nope, cannot touch the ground. It's fine. So then we'll go. Just gonna do a skeletal build for it. Okay, there goes that. That is nice and down to the ground level. Yes. Not gonna snap. But if I get close enough, I could technically do the foundation here. Yep, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to fake foundation. As long as it will take care of it with the little half wall thing. If I can do that. Yeah. Okay, so foundation does clear stuff on the ground. You don't get from doing this. And I actually squeeze this in. Again, you know, need to be able to snap these. You see how I'm lining it up with that wall right there. Okay, so yes, I know it collides. I don't care. I'm gonna turn off collision thing. Really, can we do that? Can we turn off the collision? Controls. No, can't turn the collision off. So yeah, hopefully we get a way to snap foundations to existing structures instead of it being that's only usable if you're starting it. Okay, so let's take that out. See if I can do it this way. Probably not. But I get that right there. That's about the height. Right, going over to yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Slightly off. And I can't see well enough. Yeah, you should be able to snap a foundation in there, honestly. It just seems weird that we can't do it. And we can only snap certain things to foundations. Because, I mean, there's so many other games that don't have that restriction. And I would like to see that restriction kind of taken out. What was I going to do? Yes. Take a standing torch so I can have some extra lighting for down here. So that's actually not even lined up the way I had it, I don't think. Right, still lining up this way. It might end up being a case I just need to take the whole thing out and start kind of from my house, kind of build out and then figure out how I'm going. Because that looks, it lines up good with this. It just seems like it doesn't line up with the house right now. You know, it'd be nice with a compass so I could see a compass thing for how I'm facing. That would help. Alright, gonna set that going. There. Oh, that is so close, except for the stupid framing around it. Alright, let's see if I can get this to snap well enough. It won't snap to the thing, but it will line up enough with it, it looks like. I mean, I don't get a jiggle when I step down, so... And then I go back to that. And that's already out. Great. I don't like that. Where's it? There we go. So recycle. Oh, they did do an update. Because the last time I tried that, I literally got back beeswax with it. Or it was the candle. I got free beeswax. I was able to infinitely do it. It must have pushed a minor update then. Or something with the update. Because I know I was able to do it with the candle and it worked. Like infinite beeswax that way. Yeah, it's not really necessary from a survival standpoint, but a compass would be useful for helping to line things up. So, like, that's about looking north. So I am kind of facing north here, which make this facing east. But when I go this way, it's not lined up to my house. So I almost want to build straight out this way from my house and do it like that. I think I may do that. Let's just to test it and see how it will look. Okay. know, the fact we have a lack of physics means if you really, really wanted to, instead of flying to another island, you could build to it. A walk path that goes all the way to another island. Technically possible. Okay, so now if I do like this, well, I'm gonna have to do it like this again. That might be doable this way. Do this. Try to match where this would connect, just so it lines up, and that looks pretty good for here. That not a perfect snap, but I'm not worried about it. I just need it to be kind of, I'm getting it lined up with that. So this is lined up to the house. And then, yeah, I can do the filler thing with this, that. See if that, well, it's not going to work on that, so we'll start before I go that way. Okay, that clears the terrain. Okay, now, well, okay. Does not. Alright, I'm taking this all out. I'm about to have daytime so I can see. Did that. Okay, and snapping wise, I need to probably go slightly shorter. Make it a little easier. Actually, not even really a half. Oh, it does go right there. Okay, so I'm gonna do it like this, so I can kind of gauge how this should line up. See, like that's how it should be lining up. So this is where it'd be great to have something like, oh, let me place the pillar, and I can then target the base of the pillar and be like, I'm snapping it here. But you can't, because it's supposed to snap to technically a foundation. All right, let's see, how does this line up though? Going this way? Oh, that's actually gonna be perfect if I can get this to work. Okay, so the height is part of the problem here, because that's saying it's too tall for foundation, even though it reaches all the way down. I think that actually works. That's the way I did it, so. Technically, I could just go across and it will clear the tulips on it like this, so I guess I don't have to do an actual foundation on this spot. I'll just do it like this, because it will be over the tulips, so they're not going to be visible. As my concern before was having the tulips showing. Actually, you know, because I could do a half wall. I'll just do the wall. Yes, I can. So there is a notable difference on the half wall. And I haven't paid attention to that detail. Okay, so the wall, if you do the wall, See, like right there, it's got that frame in the middle, but it's also got a frame at the top, which you don't have on the foundation. So even if it's gonna cost one more wood, you gotta still use the half wall here because guess what? It's got the same look as the foundation does. And of course then you got, well, if I do this, then it walks up perfectly fine. But if I don't want that height, if I go like right there, it won't be that tall. Alright, yeah, let's try lower. If I do this, then, you know, the foundation, I don't get foundation, I don't get the tulips cleared out. So, where I would like would be to have it where, yeah, here's a foundation, and that goes through the foundation. So, let's see. I can line it up. I can do this. Line it up. Just right. Yep, there goes. So, with all this trouble, I ended up not wanting to line up right. So that is there. So I go right here. Say that. Okay. I go like this, or not like that. Now I go here and I say done, and it. See, that's weird. It's like that has no problem with collision, but the foundation has a problem with collision. And of course, I don't have it lined up right because, again, some stuff does not want to work like it should. Like, that should not be a problem. And the whole problem now is I can line up with this, but I can't place this because the wall's in the way. Okay, well, if I do that, okay, take that out, and then post under it. No. Okay. Oh yeah, because that is the base of it, the way it sees it, so I can't target that. All right. And if I do that, same thing. Okay. No. I'd be like that. Yeah, that's snaps there. Okay. So still comes down to there's just some things in this that are backwards from what you see in most of the buildings games, and I'm hoping they get fixed. That is getting to be more than frustrating. All right, so let's. Okay. And, nope. Still does not want to work because of that lower wall. Okay, then try this. All right, I'm going to do a foundation that I just need it to, well, too tall. Okay. So it'd be great to have a quarter height. Something. All right, you know what? Let's see. I just need a way. I gotta have a visual to help me see that I'm lining it up right. That is way too tall. Okay. But that might be the right path. Okay. So now I got that. So if I can this to right here, kind of lines up. Yeah, kind of. No. Try it. Still slightly off. Okay, so it's because it's colliding when I try to build it, even though, I mean, there's nothing right there causing that collision. But I bet, yep, I can go perfectly fine like that. Oh, so strange. Certain things will just collide, but other ones will not. Okay, so yeah, it feels like if that's a collision problem there, why is that not able to be snapped? Because if it's colliding but not colliding. I think well, I'm turning the wrong way too, so yeah, this is way more frustrating than it should be for this sort of thing. Something as simple as this, like I just want to build out and do that, it should not be even close to this kind of difficulty. And I'm not even going to worry about the additional, well, I guess maybe I will do the wall there. Give it that foundation look. Of course, it's not a foundation because, hey, look, it's got the terrain poking through. And it goes back to, that's also a problem. I'll do it that way, and now I've got that, so at least I can step up there. Right. I basically need it to clip in right there. So really now the problem is getting it to where I can line it up just right, where it's not a problem as far as the foundation, and I can clip it exactly the way I need. So that is really the main issue I'm running into, is getting the proper alignment. So, you know, let's use that. Okay. That might be the trick I need. Just, I'm gonna follow semi-straight. You see it's not perfectly straight, but semi-straight, at least at the edge. It's close. I'll be like right like that. Boom. Okay. Take that out. And then let's see how these snap in. Oh, so close. It's not perfectly lined up, but you know what? I'm about at that point I just say I don't care anymore. Honestly, because this is just unnecessarily frustrating to try and build the way you want with that. I mean, look, it's glitched into that because I can't snap a foundation. That's literally all it would take, is allowing snapping foundations to existing structures. Is a thing in other games. So I'm hoping we see that fixed. Also, I still don't know, I don't get the whole rotate on the walls. in some cases, because there's no reason to have a rotate. Doesn't actually give you a rotation. And now put there. Okay. Okay, I guess something holding shift or something like that. Sometimes I'm doing some kind of movement or something. I choose a different item in my toolbar and then it just seizes the game. It would be nice if that was lined up exactly at the edge for this. But I am honestly, like I said, just past the point of frustration for this. So, you know what? I can always build that back, so let's try it. If I can. Oh. Okay, yeah, so now I gotta take these out. You know what? Just for visual cue. Rotate it. Okay, that. Maybe this can help enough. All right, so that's close. Yeah, right there. That's very close. Okay. So say that's not perfectly matched, but it's close. It's almost there. And what I want is to be able to line it up to this. So that becomes kind of the catch is how do I do that? That's in the way. I don't know. There. That. So now, after I line this up, yeah, get it where it looks pretty close, but pretty on par. I need to get it to this spot. That. Not like that. Oh, and then it goes to the other one, so let's do it again. Still not perfectly lined up. I'm just slightly off. But that was close. And again, it's the fact that this is just not symmetrical to the middle is actually part of it. Because even if I line it up just right, it's, you know, I'm following a spot that's not technically the middle of the block. I'll say that was about it. Oh, that is not perfect, but that is about as close as I have gotten at any point to it being perfectly lined up. So that is it. That is the final stopping point. I will not do this again until they fix the snapping issue with the foundations not working on anything else. Do these. Okay. Come on. Yep. There. That is close enough. I can handle that. It would be nice to have it closer to the ground, but you know, a smoother transition downwards, but it's you know, I'm doing the best I can with what I'm allowed to in the game. And I don't need that much, so we'll do that. And I'm not even gonna worry about foundation down here. Okay, so now progress has been made, finally. And I'm just gonna do like that and create myself that little kind of type of bridge look to it. Of course, I'll have to use these. I'm not a fan of having to use the fencing for it, but it's what will work. Oh, I got a little overzealous. Don't need that there, because we're going to make this into a step down, go this way, keep walking. Yep. Right. Then railings, so I don't fall to my doom. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Right. Okay. So now, I'm gonna do... Oh. Ah, perfect! Ran exactly out of the wood that I had available. I'm sure I've been sitting here doing this for so long that just everything is backed up now. Waiting on the drones to have space to pick up items. So yeah, kind of in this case, it's almost like creating a framework, sort of like the pergola, gazebo type of thing, is what I'm going for on these. But in the end, also just it's a bridge. And I'm not gonna obviously do a frame there, so do it like this. You know, I'm gonna take these out for a moment, because I do need to still try to do that style. Yeah, that's what I was doing before. I was doing the half height like that. Just see how this will look going up, going back down, and then going up. That I may end up not keeping this, but I just want to see how it kind of turns out. That you know, kind of works. It's got a neat little design. It's why. Now this definitely, that is a definite on this type of setup here, or like that. So, because that's such a short corner, I kind of like the idea of having that in there, and then I might as well just do it on this side too, because hey, it is going to keep it consistent with the look on the short side. So that is that one right there. Yeah, I think was it. Oh, that. Yeah. And then I got a spot for a light right there. Or lights here. That gives me kind of a frame for that. So I like the way that has kind of turned out. Now this becomes the question, because this is a different length. That worked out. This may not work out. And that also, let me see if I can make this kind of similar. Almost like creating a roof for it, yeah. which might as well just say I am going to create a roof on it. Yeah. There. Yeah, that'll work. And then I just end up having, well, I don't like the aspect of it, but I guess I could do technically a flat roof, or oh no, okay, I know. Well, that has that frame. Main problem is right here where I come down. If I do this right here, it would round it off, but then it blocks me from walking down. So I may end up having to do something with that framing. Create. I don't like the idea of having it being an actual covered bridge type of look. Question is, how do I do that here without it being goofy? Okay, so if I do down, down, on, down. You know what? Here we go. A little variation. Like that. Instead of it being, I mean, I guess I could technically be like, here, I'm going to do this and do that. Create like an X pattern. Like that. That's actually kind of nice. I like that. Rather than the crisscross like that, yeah, just do an X pattern. Kind of thing. Almost makes me want to do it the whole way, except I would have to extend across here because I can't snap in the middle unless I take the full pillar out and do half height pillars to do that. Oh, that kind of works well enough. And so then we have like that. Target. Okay, yeah, this is not exactly the best option on targeting. Like that. But you have that. Boom. May actually be something interfering from the I don't know, it could be something with the framing, the Y part of it. And how do I want to do this? Did I get the rails in? Yeah. And come on. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did go all the way down. Come on. There we go. There we go. See, that's another problem. The half railing will only snap to the half length. So I can't say, you know, I only want to snap on this one part. It has to snap specifically to that building. That is something else that is not typically done in some of the games. You can snap the half height to the half, or to the full length stairs. You can do the half length railing, and it's perfectly fine. This game is missing that adjustability. And that should also be addressed, because that is a common thing in other games. You know what? Yeah, I'm not going to do this here after all. You know what? I'm going to take this out just for the moment, because I do have that. You know, I'll take this out because that's just not going to work. I feel like I want to have it where it's this angle. And then I just kind of have a walk in like this. I may just have it where I don't cover both directions. Do it like that. And then Where's the end piece? Just for a little extra right there. Yeah. Like that little tiny bit extra overhang. And actually, I can use this to cover that part, even though it looks goofy right there. That, yeah. Like a covered bridge. Yes. And now, power is going to be the thing. How do I get power here for nighttime lighting? Well, let's see. The easy part will be wireless transmitter there, power transmitter to there. I just need power brought over here. And if I do it right, I can actually link the power this way too and give myself a redundant power link. Or actually be able to take some of this out and have the power come from there and then feed back up to there. The trees are looking good. Oh, speaking of trees, I should have already done this. And also probably should have gone and got this, because they are full. Not worried about the crops at the moment, because it's not like I don't have enough already. Actually looks pretty good, the little covered bridge style. Oh, come on, give me a spare sapling. If this was Minecraft, I already got like a dozen from just the leaves popping. Yeah, all right, that actually works. And I could throw like bushes there, maybe a few extra things. Hey, maybe have like a seat, like a little seating area out here. I do want lights though. And I'm now thinking about the fact if I do lights, probably want to have a cross beam there. And then, yeah, maybe the cross beam here too. So you come in, light, light, light. Yeah, like that. You know, take those out for now. I'll just have it. You come in, there's a light, there's a light, there's a light. Walk down. This pillar. That's also a problem. I can do the pillars with the fence. I can't do it with the railing. So can't snap them. There's actually a lot of limitations to building in this game, surprisingly. There really are some things that feel like it's like you should be able to do it, you can't do it, and it's just got that limitation feeling. I think I'm gonna try that. Oh. Again, rotate. I don't know why rotate on this is a thing, because it doesn't actually rotate, except when you're doing that, and you still have to snap it to something. So what's the point of rotating it when it still has to snap? See? For me, rotate should be, it flips, like this should be a flip orientation, so I could do 1, 2, and then a third one in there. I guess I'm just gonna do it this way. Yeah, that. There we go. That gives it at least an enclosed look, not like an open frame. Yeah. That looks all right. I like that. And then again, I can. Oh, I was gonna put the wireless power thing there, but now I don't exactly have a spot for it, so might end up being a case of having to do like this. Well. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna rethink on this because I could do the lamp maybe right there, possibly where it's not glitching through the roof. Oh, actually, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do for this. I'm gonna wait because we are, with the next update, supposed to get solar panel roof tiles. So, solar roofing option. I'll swap it out so it's got solar on that roof. It doesn't even have to be tied in to the rest of the power infrastructure. I'll put solar panels on the roof, and then when then that's not gonna work because then I'd have to have batteries because they'll be powered during the day when I don't want it on. Okay, yeah, never mind. I will have to figure out how I'm going to link that together for daytime power, you know, conservation. But at least I'm feeling good about the design. The design does look good. It's just such a frustrating game to connect stuff together, honestly. Like, it's been way more frustrating doing all that than it should have been. By a substantial amount. Okay, I'm just gonna... Okay. So, for now, what I'm gonna do is actually, I'm gonna put that back because I don't have enough. I got enough of these. That, and... food baskets. So I don't actually need to do it. I don't need the points. I'm putting them in there because at some point I'm going to get that 100,000 mark. I'm already at 6,800, and most of that is coming from doing leaves and such. So yeah, I'm going to get myself to 100,000 points. That's a goal, to at least get that. Then maybe go for 1 million. I'm going to put some bushes here. Yep. Kind of give it a nice little, you know, don't pay attention to that. Maybe a little square, rounder bush on each end for that. Bush like that. Right about here. Kind of covering up that area. Play around with the trees a bit too on it. Now, see how this is turning out. That's not bad. Don't know if I want the... That feels like a manicured, like, you know, landscape type of hedge bush setup, like the way it's trimmed as a square. The round is more of what I would think be just wild growing. So I may do some round shrubberies over there to give it more of a wild growing look. Semi-wild growing look. I do like the trees. I want to mix some maple trees in, kind of mix the coloring up. And the same up here. I would like to clear some of this and turn it into like a mixture of green to red or orange. Mix the color scheme up, but I can't seem to get any more maple saplings. But yeah, that's actually a pretty nice little setup there. I like the way I did the framing on it. I'm actually fairly proud of that one. May do some plant pots and such scattered around, some of that too. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the lighting. I don't know at the moment how I want to do that. Okay. Bunch of glass, bunch of cobalt. Again, just gonna get all the sand out. Yeah, oh, there we go. Send him off and do his thing. That clears all of the sand. so everything is refined. Not do that. That leaves me one little thing of cobalt. I'm just gonna do the same thing like I did with that. I'm just gonna toss it in for points. There we go. Wood. Yep, there it goes. More leaves, more leaves. Get the round. Do 4 of them. Ooh, yeah, the fairy lights. That's actually would be a good option for these, I think, is doing fairy lights. It's not going to cast lighting, but it will give me a nice little visual, I think. Maybe do that here. Here. And let's see. For a bush. Right in here. That. Ooh, I could place them all around it so it looks like it's a, you know, it's a tree grown between some bushes. Definitely. Oh yeah, I should have done 2 here. So let me grab. Oh, I know. Yeah, I'll think of something better for these. Put these here. Kind of covers the end up a bit. I'm gonna try tea lights, the fairy lights, real quick. The iron. I think cobalt was in there. I know copper was in there. Yep, fairy lights. I'm gonna do the large. Okay, it was just iron and copper. And before I go too far along with it, I'm gonna try this. Let's see. Well, of course, I threw that stuff in there, so I do it like. Oh yeah, kind of like that. Instead of going way too high up, like, I mean, I could do the lights through here on each side, or I could, well, I can do them. That's half the length. That might be perfect. I might be able to do the lights to here, and then in the middle. Let me get a short length. Yeah, let's try one of the short ones. See where I can put it. It's not going to provide lighting, but it does light the air. Like, you can see it. Honestly, it's like a visual trick, if you ask me. It's kind of like, it makes it feel like there's light, even though there isn't. Yeah, that's not working. So if I do... Nope. Can't do it there. If I do it like right here. Must be placed on wall. Well, it kind of is. I mean, that works, but why? I mean, we'll do that right there. Why not do, you know, these? Like, I don't have the link on that. Problem there is how I have to place this sticking out. Yeah, the lights could be better. Like, a good bit better on these. Do it. Well, do it like that. Funny enough, that lets it go clip right through. About like that. That might be what I end up doing. I'm going to definitely play around with it. Again, it doesn't light the area up. They're not actual lights. They just, it looks like lights, but they don't provide light. Kind of like the standing lamps light up, but they really don't provide that much light. So I'll play around with those a bit. I think that will work well enough. I'm just, alignment is gonna be the big thing on that. getting the alignment right. Alright. Well. Oh wow, we're coming up right at 4 hours. I think 45 minutes was me fussing with the alignment on the foundation to get that set up. I really do think that's what happened, was I spent about 45 minutes just trying to get that lined up for those parts. Alright, so cannot snap to the stairs except for the railing. The railing can only snap to a specific matching length, which is a fault as well. So I can't snap anything to put lights around the stairs unless I build a floor off the side. That is something I didn't think about. What if I do that? Like, okay, you know, I'm gonna build the floor. Okay, that creates a snapping point. That's where the fault really lies, is that we need snapping points. And then I take that out. I technically can build a covered walkway all the way down, it seems. Or at least rotation. If I could take the lights and turn them a bit to go from here to here. It really needs to be, these should be a, I know it's different from the way the Earth stuff is built, but it needs to be a case of you have a maximum length. So it's kind of like taking the power connector and you connect from one to the other. So here's this, and here's a string up to a limited length, and that it just strings across like the power connectors do. And that's the lights. That's really the way it should be. So that would be actually versatile enough to use them fully. I just don't know if that would be possible to be done that way. But yeah. All right. So recap: I built a tower that you can't see from here, but you can see the sky turbine over there. And let's just see if I can get all the way over here and see it at all. See right here. Oh, no. I can see, maybe, I think I can see some of the stairs. That's it. Hard to tell because it's daytime, but, or nighttime. But it is there's a tower. You can see the turbine. I built my dock at the top of the tower, so you can build your dock on your structure, which it did not let me, tell me to do that to start with. So maybe I need to move this dock and line it up better. Build out that way and add the dock onto the actual, or at least lined up to my foundation. I've got this. I just need to figure out how I'm going to do actual lighting so it lights up, but it's like a nice covered bridge. And I still got plenty of wood, plenty of animal supplies. I just need some maple saplings, so maybe I can do that to get some more. And I'm going to start. Yeah, I got these. I'll forget about them there. I have got unused spots here for stuff. So, you know what? For now, this is spare wood. So I can add some more because I am definitely going to be doing a big, massive island spanning structure. I'm probably going to need a lot more wood. So, slowing down my build when I can't get wood, or waiting on drones to bring wood. I'll go ahead and have a big stockpile. If I can get like all that filled, then that should be more than enough to handle placing a structure from here to here. At least doing that length, I think, should be fine. And I still don't know how to get this connected. It's supposed to be able to connect to power, and I have never been able to get this to connect to power or provide me power in any way, but this is supposed to be a power dock. That it right there? That's it. Okay, I couldn't see it because it is in the ground. Yep, okay, there's a power spot there because it's buried in the ground. But like the dock almost should be built on a foundation then. So you could actually see where it's supposed to connect. So now that's got power, which means it shouldn't give me that weird power symbol anymore. The lightning symbol. Alright, so yeah. I'm gonna play around with the design a bit on that and see if I can get some more, get at least one more maple sapling and start farming maple trees for sapling. But it's a nice game, you know, if you're looking for something more active, more action-based. Obviously, it's not it. This is much more of a passive, relaxing game, but hey, I'm now over 50 hours in this game, and I still have stuff I want to build. It's like taking Minecraft and getting rid of the zombies and the creepers and such, and you just go around harvesting stuff and building, but not in a creative mode type thing. You still have to worry about food and such, but you don't have to worry about enemies. So it definitely has its niche point, but I'm definitely finding way more frustration on certain things than I should be trying to build. So hopefully we see that in the next update with the quality of life improvements they're talking about bringing in. I'll turn that off. It's daytime. So yeah, if you got any suggestions, always leave them in a comment after the video's over, or of course, you know, during the next live stream. Oh, it's raining, and the animals are like, we're gone. They're like, we're out of here, and you see the lights cut off, so it's daytime. Let's look at the time. Yeah, it's daytime. So the animals should have been like, hey, let's get out and eat, but no, they're like, we're going this way. Honestly, I may take that out and build me a little thing out here, like I did with this now. But yeah, I've got some more stuff I'm going to play with before next week, so maybe I'll come up with some stuff, but you're always welcome. I'm open to suggestions on ideas and how to get this working better. And yeah, that's it. We'll see what happens. Maybe next week we'll have the new update, maybe not, but either way, I'm gonna keep building with this. For now, let's wrap it up. Timmy, he's actually sat the entire time today. He didn't get up and disappear in front of the fan or run into the other room. He's actually stayed on his bed the whole time today, which for the last few weeks has been unusual. Come here. Come here. That. Oh, it's the Timmy. It's the Timmy. Yes. Say hi. Said no. You gotta look at the camera, Timmy. Look at the camera. He's looking at himself instead. All right, come here. Gonna go. I'm gonna say goodbye, peoples. Bye bye. They get me down. Don't want to do it. All right. Hold on. Put you down in a second. All right, we'll call it so for the day. And don't you rip that out. Yeah, so we're gonna call it. Thanks for hanging out. I know Jenny, Jason, and Felonius all jumped in. Iron Star, and Ruteba. There we go. Thanks for joining earlier as well. Yeah, we'll do this again next week, same time, same place. Let me make sure. I don't think there's any holiday next week. Yeah, so normal like that. What is that? Why is that popping up? Hang on. Yeah, same time, same place. Go enjoy the rest of your day, rest of your weekend. Be safe this week, and we'll see you next time.